Okay, hello everybody. How are you doing? First things first. I'm pretty sure this is not the best time to stream right now because it may be a little bit loud on my side because it got warmer recently, which means that people are like going outside, especially with like kids and making noise and stuff. So like, let me know if it's too loud. Although I checked on my computer how loud it would be, and it doesn't seem that bad. So maybe it's gonna be okay. But yeah, I'm pretty sure next time I'm just gonna wait a little longer till you know the sunset, because then it's generally quiet. Anyway, again, welcome everybody. Usually I would start by showing you where we are right now, but I'm sort of in the middle of refactoring, so things don't work. And we're gonna have to finish that first before we move on. So what I'm doing exactly is changing to a better state machine for the player controller. And the current idea is to just have an enum component on the entity that decides, what is the current state, and then just have the system filter that out without using ECS. Because another thing that I was considering was using a different component per state. But after experimenting with it, having an enum is just a bit simpler. Because previously, we just had, one giant exclusive system that would query the player and then do a match based on the state, which is not ideal. I mean, it works for the player because there's only one player component like ever in the game, but it would be nice to have something, more generic. Okay, so I'm currently rewriting the systems that handle, different states. And here's like the general, way of doing it. So we have the current state, we have the next state, and then we just check like, oh, is this the current state that we are interested in? If no, we continue. And then if he wants to switch to a different state, we just set the next state to a different state, right? Whatever we want to switch to. So yeah, this is current state, next state. It's a lot of, just writing the same thing over and over again. Although that should be second to last system that I need to rewrite. Let player state anchor. It's gonna be the entity is equal to current state dot get. Otherwise, we just continue. Okay, and then this is next state. Set player state free run. And this has to be immutable. Now this is a reference, so I need to dereference that. Okay, seems legit. Will you ever need to keep track of the previous state so we can return to it, like a state stack? No, I don't think so. Maybe I will, but right now I don't have to do that. Although the switching to a different state happens in this system, right? Flash states. And basically checks, if the discriminant of the current state has changed as compared to the next one. And discriminant is the thing that differentiates enums between each other, right? So we can have an enum with, some state inside of it, and comparing discriminants lets you just see if that's the same enum, even if the values inside are different, right? So yeah, if they are different, I just insert an exited state component and I override the current state with the next state. So if I needed to add a stack, I would probably just add it somewhere here, right? But for the player, it's mostly a flat state machine. Yeah, so we don't need this. Oh, hold on a second. Do we need this entity here? What is it being used for? Oh, for getting transforms. I guess we could simplify that later as well. So, where was I? Here. So we wanted the state again. I also don't know how to name this just yet. Currently, I'm just calling it eState as an entity state, because there is a normal state in Bevy. To sort of differentiate the two. I mean, I know that there would be the namespaces, right? So it's not that big of a deal. But just visually speaking. Okay, so entity, current state, immutable, next state, and then this is gonna be iterate mutable. Say, what is this? This is free run. Okay, so let player state free run. Also, you can do something like this, which is interesting. You can have a pattern matching on an. I mean, I guess it makes sense, right? But like, I'm not taking anything out of this, right? I'm just checking if this is this enum. Else we just continue. Okay, and then yeah, there's gonna be a lot of issues here. So if we are interacting with something, we want to do this. Oh, I guess we can simplify that as well. I'm gonna do this in just a second. Set player state anchor entity, I suppose, right? Yeah, okay, so we can just return this and do that. Put the result of this match in a set directly. This should continue working as it did before. Okay, and this is entering the launch state. So once again, next state set. Okay, let's build this, see if there are any more errors. So I need to check for any return statements in this for loop, because I need to change them into to continue. Yeah, like here, it should just be continue. This should also be continue. Even though again, there's only one player like ever, so it wouldn't really matter that much. Okay, and this has everything changed to continuous. Okay, the game actually launched. Would you look at that? Okay, so I did some rearranging in the level, just sort of experimenting with better spacing, because previously everything was extremely big and didn't really fit in the camera, right? Because this is how the game is gonna be. This is gonna be the default zoom of the camera, and it's not gonna really, you know, zoom out at any point. So it needs to be smaller. I still need to like adjust other elements, but it's mostly ready. Okay, so immediately it doesn't work. I cannot interact with an anchor. So let's see why that. Oh, okay, no, never mind. It's not gonna work because I didn't register any flashing just yet. Maybe let's do it here for now in the player plugin. I'm gonna add a system that's gonna run in fixed pre-update. Fixed first maybe is even better, and that's gonna be flash states for our player state. Yeah, so this is gonna run at the very beginning of the fixed loop, and that's when this is gonna happen. Just to sort of synchronize the states. You forgot to ping the live stream alert roll. Oh, thank you very much for that. Hold on a second. I need to find a way to like do this automatically. Okay. Thanks for letting me know. Don't forget to flash. That's what I always tell my son. Yeah, exactly. Have you experimented with the reordering in Bevy? I tried a bit, but with rendering, excuse me, in Bevy. I tried a bit, but rendering is not my forte. I was wondering if you had any good resources. So I did implement our custom draw function. I think that's what they call it, and played around with integrating velo, if that's how you pronounce that, into Bevy. But that was about the extent of rendering that I did. So I basically, what I did was I recreated the sprite rendering from Bevy, sort of by looking at the source code and like trying to write my own version. So I don't know if any resources. Hey, first I really appreciate everything you did to build motion canvas. I really love it. Is there any guide besides the documentation that I can learn to make more advanced animations? No, sadly. If you'd like to, you can go to motion canvas /examples repository, which contains all of my videos and the source code for them. If that's of any help. But when it comes to like an actual guide or a tutorial, then sadly no. yeah, like Jake said, you can find the source code. So I need to probably like find a better way to like link it to people, right? If you're in the Motion Canvas repository, you can go to the organization, and here's the examples repo. Like most of my videos, you know, their source code is here. Okay. So now we are flashing. Now it should work, right? I'm also thinking about like merging current state and next state into one thing. But the fact that Bevy in their states has them as separate resources sort of worries me, because maybe there is like a good reason for that. Okay. Oh my god, look at this, it works. Okay. So yeah, I changed the sizes to make everything smaller, right? Like this anchor right now. I also played around with like, you know, forcing players to do different things with it. Like right now, if you just try to like run for it, you're not really gonna make it, right? So you need to sort of, you know, use some rotation. You can probably do that immediately like this as well, right? But you know, you can just run straight and get to the other side, which I think is cool. I also did some like additional debug rendering, like you can see the connection is now being drawn between us and the anchor. Same goes for the hook. And the box. Hello again. Hello, welcome. Okay. The box was never seen again. Yeah, it's really... It's really not, it's not in a really good position, the box, I mean. Okay, so now my plan is to actually take this whole player update logic out of this you know, file and make it so that it's actually registered properly when we're not using hot reloading. Also, the box took the tunnel. That's new. Oh yeah, that was yesterday's live stream. Hold on, I can show that as well. It's also being, you know, influenced by fields, so it's going upwards in this field. And yeah, we can like, you know, put it into the tunnel and it goes there. Just like Portal. Not beating the Portal clone allegations anytime soon. Okay. So I actually have a file here that's been here for a while. Is it even registered as a module? Yeah. And this is where we're gonna add our plugin. So first things first, some Bevy. I love how smooth the physics simulations are. Yeah, the physics are really nice. I'm glad to hear that. Hope it's gonna be, you know, fun to play. Okay, so here's my idea, right? I think that is gonna work because run hot systems is actually taking anything that can be converted into a system, which means, right? And we can actually, hold on, we can actually test this. I need to stop saying actually so much, by the way. I am aware of that problem. It should be possible to do this, right? Because a tuple of systems, or maybe not. Yeah, so into system is not implemented for. Okay, that's a bummer. Where did I get this from then? Oh, because it comes from the register system thing. Okay, and it probably, yeah, it probably only accepts an individual system. Although let me see, what's gonna happen if we check the app function? How does it look? Like this. What is this expecting? Oh, it's into system configs. Okay, so that's not gonna work. There goes my plan. The tuple syntax is for adding to schedules, I think. They run hot system stakes in a single system. Yeah, it seems to be the case. So I'm not sure how to do that. I guess, can we, okay, hold on. Do we have any, yeah, we have features here. That's great. So let's just make a plugin for now. Public extract. What is it gonna be? Player plugin for now. It's gonna be a second player plugin, but it, I mean, okay. Player. Movement. Let's call it that way. Movement plugin. Okay, now let's implement a plugin actually for this. So all of these states and physics, I suppose, can yank this. Now I'm gonna implement just player movement plugin. And here I'm gonna do function, public function, run hot schedules, right? And that's gonna take a mutable reference to the world. So there's just this is just an exclusive system. Okay, but maybe I don't want this here, because ideally what I'm trying to do is just do, you know, config config feature is hot, right? Because I don't want to use this when hot reload is not enabled. Okay, let's take these states. It's free run state, player physics as well. For now, I guess we're just gonna put all of them in the same file, and then we can split it into multiple files, right? I'm gonna paste this here. And I'm gonna be missing a bunch of imports, so maybe let's just take them from here. It should be faster. Right? Okay. what's being worked on today. We're doing a bit of refactoring of the state machine for the player, so that we can build the project in release mode and not have all of the hot reload related junk in it. So not much visual stuff, and then I'm not sure what we're gonna do after that, because we still need to, like, one of the biggest features left to implement are like movable platforms. So maybe we're gonna try to tackle this later. Okay. Are the errors still here? Yes, because we're lacking the constants as well. Okay, looking good. So now I'm just gonna take this, go here, and change it. I'm gonna add systems to fixed pre-update, and these are gonna be the systems in question. Okay, but now we need to make sure that player physics is running after all of these states. So maybe let's just make a system set, right? I don't know if that's a thing. I may be making stuff up. It's gonna be an enum, right? So we have states and then we have physics. Okay, what's wrong with you? Hash. Hold on, let me. Okay, never mind. I wanted to check if it is what I think it is. What else do you need? Debug. What else? Equal. Okay, now just Rust Analyzer is just not updating it. Come on, okay. Partial equal. Clone, okay, and that's probably all that we need, right? Okay. So now we're gonna add system sets. You can do ordering with tuple, syntax, and chain. I think you can have nested tuples, so you can do all of them, but one in parallel as a tuple, then player physics, and the outer tuple you can call chain. Alternatively, add the physics system first, and then the rest as a tuple, and do before. Yeah, okay. I want it to be fancy. No, but you're right, we can just do, let's see. You can just do this, right? Okay, and now here, none of this is being used. And now we can do, what can we do? Player movement plugin, run hot schedules. Is this right or not? What's the problem? Oh, okay. Never mind. Because it's already a mutable reference. Okay, so this should now work just like previously. Visual Studio Code should optimize imports automatically on safe if you add it to your settings. I don't see an option like that. Did you add the conditional compilation to the plugin build method? I think right now it will both register them and run them as part of the hot reload. The plugin is not registered yet. And it's gonna be registered here, you know? Because like if we are already, you know, checking it here. Yeah, I don't see an option for that. Or maybe it's not Rust Analyzer, but I don't think I don't see just Rust anywhere here. Yeah, I'm not sure. TypeScript has it, but not Rust extension, it seems. Okay, I'm thinking about making a separate module for the player with like its own directory. Right, and then this is gonna be here. How do you do that? I don't actually know. This is my first time doing this. Should I also make lib here, or is it something different? Hold on, I'm gonna find some inspiration in a different repository, I guess. Mod rs. Okay, yeah, that makes sense. Okay, so player, I guess now is gonna be plugin, right? And we're gonna move all of these states into their own functions. Can I do that somehow using refactoring? Refactor, what can I do? Nothing, okay. But it may be because, hold on, because we broke, you know, the definitions. There is no player movement. Okay, so here we probably want to like publicly use. First of all, there's a module called plugin, right? Why doesn't it see it like as and in Moderize you expose everything from files in that directory? Yeah, but how do I register the module? Export mod plugin for others. So yeah, but I'm trying to make the library use this as a module right now because it doesn't think that it's the module. Or maybe it didn't know. Public mod player. I have it here and it doesn't work. The module should be automatically registered. I don't see what's wrong. Restart Rust Analyzer. Mod is a keyword, so maybe mod r hash mod. I don't understand. Isn't it like the way you would do it? Well, I'm gonna check, you know, a different repository that probably has a structure like this. Okay, so here's the mod server. Yeah, and that's just mod saver. Okay. So maybe this Rust Analyzer being weird. Okay, now it works. Okay, so now I should be able to just do public use, right? Plugin, player movement plugin. Somebody said export in the chat, and I'm pretty sure that's not a keyword in Rust. Yeah, now it works. Okay, so can I do some refactoring here? Inlining to all colors. Okay, that's not what I'd like to do. I would like to move you to a different file. Hold on. Okay, I'm not sure if it's possible to do that. The Rust Analyzer doesn't have the move symbol refactoring, I don't think. It's on Rust Rover though. Yeah, but Rust Rover looks ugly. We went through this. The highlighting is, at least on my side, we tried to do that a few live streams ago, and it just looks awful. Okay, launch state then. Here we go. This is gonna be hook. Anchor. And free run. What else do we have here? This, yeah, another state. Okay, and I'm just gonna add all of these modules. Create file player plugin free run erase. But why is it trying to find it? Oh, because I'm silly. That's not where we should define it. It should be here. Okay, and they are not public, right? Okay, now we can import them. Okay, and now it's yet again, let's just take all of this. Just paste them here. Spring strength, okay. Let's see. Okay, that's perfect. You need gravity and speed and speed and speed. Okay. Just gonna copy all of them for now. We're probably gonna have to move them somewhere else. Maybe just share them between everything. Okay, that's free run. Okay. Hook, what do you need? Gravity. Okay, also I don't think this is necessary. I don't know what this was doing here. Why doesn't it highlight unused constants though. I was sort of hoping it would do that, because we only need gravity here, right? What about you? You don't need any constants, that's awesome. Some speed. Okay, starts to look clean. Because we can take you to a separate physics file. And actually know the shortcut for making new files here. What is this? Physics? Okay, also let's add this here. Airspeed, yeah, that needs a lot of constants, because we can just take all of them. This should not be necessary, okay, and it should be public. And now we're just gonna import this. Can I qualify you instead? No, this should just be world, right? So that it doesn't get you know, imported here. Can I do this? Is this reasonable? I guess. Okay, maybe not. Yeah, no, I'm not gonna try to do that. Let's leave it like this for now. I mean, I guess I could just do this, right? No, it's not gonna be used when this feature is not enabled. Okay, how do you look like now? I'm gonna try to build this, see what's gonna happen. No. Why is that? Oh, okay, that's okay. Because I'm trying to run it without the hot feature enabled. So now if we go here, and instead of trying to run these, you know, fixed updates and updates, we're just gonna register this plugin, I suppose. Like this. And now that should be compiled. Or maybe not. Okay, should I also configure this whole thing? Because now nothing should import this function if host feature is not enabled. Okay, we're getting closer. That's a different error. Oh, it's at plugins. Okay. Looks like it's compiling. Okay. There are no animations because, you know, they are also not configured yet. Okay. So we're gonna do the same thing for this one. And I think this would be the way to go. Just have them here as, you know, have them here being run by a separate function. Yeah, okay. For now, that should be enough. So we can go back to this library and get the holdable function. We can also move it to its own file. Okay, let's add this as a module. It's gonna be public. Let's see what we are missing. We're missing a lot. Okay. Update holdable. Oh no, don't do that. And this should also happen after physics, so the chain is necessary. Okay, we don't need to run this anymore. Get rid of all of this. Okay, and finally the animator. The animator already has a file here, so that's awesome. I guess it could be a full module with different things. But yeah, for now let's just add this here. And make this public. And now this doesn't have to be. Okay. gonna have to go back to this and refactor this as well, because there's a lot of trash from my experiments from before. Okay, so now we can just update this. We don't need this. Handle reset can stay, because we don't really need it. Turns out I missed the API page of the Motion Canvas documentation. I took the time to read it, and I know Motion Canvas though. That's awesome. Yeah, we should probably have some section at the beginning that talks about the parts of the website. Why is it here? Oh, I guess, oh my god, you can, hold on, because that's interesting. Crazy if true. If I go to my plugin here, can I just move it inside the function? Oh my god. Okay. So we have the update animator here. And maybe this also should be a plugin. So if we turn this into a plugin, it will sort of, you know, have a constant interface from then on, because like, let me check this. Hold on. Because then in the main, yeah, then it's just gonna be the matter of, you know, changing the import path. If we decide to like move it out of the system's crate and back to the common. Yeah, okay, so let's do it. And it's systems player movement, okay. So if I add a public struct here, animator plugin, if I could spell that correctly, that would be awesome. Like this. And then again, implement just animator plugin. So that's the wrong name. It should be run hot systems. Mutable reference to the world, and now we can just run it. Hold on, if I first add the config here, right, and then try to use it, is it gonna add the use statement in this function, like automatically? No. Okay. Would be cool. Okay, and that's gonna be update animator again. And now we're just gonna do update, oh no, animator plugin. run hot systems with this world. And this can actually be here. And let's see. So now its import path should be systems animator. Yeah, okay, animator plugin. All right, so even if we change this file into like a directory with a mod.rs inside, the import path is gonna be exactly the same. So we're not gonna have to change anything. Okay, so now the animator should also run, despite hot reload not being enabled. Animators. What do you mean by that? I need some more context. Yeah, here we go. We can actually run and have a little animation, but resetting the player does not work. So that's okay. I mean, ideally it would work. The box stole the context. It's a cube. How dare you? A box. I don't even know where would I put this system, because it's just like literally only for testing purposes. And I'm probably gonna change it later. It just says the position to 0. But it is useful. It sort of like resets the whole stage. And maybe that's what we should have, right? We should just have one giant button that reloads the entire scene, instead of this, whatever this is. It's like vector 0 out of nowhere. Yeah, but that's an idea for later, I guess. Where's my to-do list? Properly restart the level. That would be awesome, because the cube is also like... But teleporting the player without restarting the level is also useful, I think. Ideally, you know what I need? Yeah, this is what we need. One button for like saving the current location, and another button for teleporting back to that location. That would be really useful. Do you use WebGL or WebGPU for motion canvas? WebGL, because WebGPU is too complex, I think, for people to use. Like, I mean, because WebGPU sort of assumes that you're gonna declare the whole layout of your shader and stuff like that. And then WebGL is just like, whatever, I'm gonna look up this string, I guess. So it's, you know, it's much easier to use in your dirty animation code. Why not make a debug variable that those functions are dependent on, and then just disable it before release? A debug variable. What are you talking about? You're speaking in a terminology that I do not understand. How do you recommend learning shader language? And I assume it's a different way of thinking too. Since you come from web dev, how was it learning shader language? I don't remember, because like I don't really come from web development, right? Like when I was a teenager, I would do a lot of like C++ related stuff with Unreal Engine and whatnot. So I remember going through this like popular OpenGL tutorial that everybody knows in C++, but I was extremely young back then, so I'm not sure. I've never heard of WebGL. I'm not sure if you're joking or not. Like a Boolean. Well, I guess I misremember. No, you remembered correctly, because I used to work as a full stack developer, mostly focused on front-end development. And JavaScript was one of the first languages that I learned. But it was sort of like alongside C++. I've never heard of WebGPU. Oh, okay. If debug, do something, and if that Unity provides. But that's what we're doing, guys. What are you talking about? We have a declaration of features, right? We have a feature called hot, and then we are only doing this if that feature is enabled, right? Like this whole code, this whole code is not gonna be generated if this feature is not enabled. Like this is gonna disappear, right? Because we only enable this hot feature when I'm using the hot command, and otherwise by default it's not enabled. So we're already doing it, right? If you want something that maybe looks a bit closer to Unity, you can take a look at this, right? Here, like this code block is gonna be added only if the feature is enabled. This code block is gonna be added if it's not enabled. Debugging is hot. Of course it is. Okay, so. I guess we can, no, but I want the recess to work all the time. So for now, let's take it from here and temporarily add this to the player, because why not? I'll handle reset. We're gonna go to the player plugin. I'm just gonna add it here. Or I guess it should be related to the dev feature, because that's another thing that we have. We have the dev feature, which is always enabled unless we are building for release. But for now it can stay here. This is your new home. Okay, this now becomes just a little bridge between the library and the main crate, and everything should be fine. Unity has a debug scripting variable. I've always just made my own. It has a editor variable, right? Among other things. Tells you if you're running the game in the editor. Okay, now I can reset. So for anybody who's new here, I just wanted to say that if you notice the camera sort of stuttering, oh, now it doesn't do that. Okay, that's awesome. But sometimes the camera stutters, and that's like a dev build problem. It doesn't happen if I build for release. I'm not sure what it is about. But yeah. Also, when it comes to changing the scale, I reduce the strength of jump pads. They're a bit, you know, give you a bit less momentum. Again, to sort of play around with this more compact layout. Okay, so that's not nice. Some nice refactoring done, I suppose. What is wrong with you? What is the problem? Unused import. But you are being used. Don't do that to me. I guess it's reading the... This is something that like I still cannot fix, right? Because right now it's reading the warnings from here. I guess I could move it inside of inside of these, right? I could do this. Now we're talking. Okay. This whole file could be feature only, and we could do that, right? What would happen if I were to do this? That is an interesting question, because now this should be applied to the entire. No, but it's a library. I cannot do that. The entire library would be not enabled, I think. Isn't it because the physics run in fixed update and your camera code runs in update? No. No, it's not because of that. That would be a rookie mistake, you know? Are you planning? What's even funnier about the camera, you know, sometimes stuttering, it doesn't do that if OBS is not enabled. That's the best part. I can run it in development mode, an optimized version, right? And if OBS is not there, it works perfectly fine. And also, another funny thing, hold on, let me restart this task. It is really interesting to me, like what is causing that. Hold on, maybe. Yeah, you can see how much it's stuttering right now, right? It's like, it's awful. But if I unfocus the window and go back to it, it's a bit better. And maybe, oh yeah, and if I go to full screen, it's just, you know, it's even better. So I don't know why this is. I remember reading some Reddit thread, and somebody in the comment section was like, whenever I see Bevy, it always doesn't look smooth. And now I wonder if it has to do with like people always recording it with OBS in like development mode. Okay, hold on, because I'm behind a bit. Are you planning on using Blender curves to make the actual in-game levels? Yes. Yes, until Bevy actually releases their own editor, and it has nice gizmos for editing curves. Then I'm gonna switch to Bevy. The video stream chat just skipped my message. You could have gotten shadow banned by YouTube. I don't know. Looks to me like it's not using VSync. What are you talking about? That's not tearing. You would see tearing. You would see the top of the screen updating before the bottom. The cubes are against me. I never had this issue. Is it smooth with release in OBS? Yes. With release it works like always. It's just perfect. I've just assumed it was a computer resource thing. I see this issue in a lot of games actually where it's smooth but otherwise jitters exactly like in the stream, and it's because the updates are so fast. If I turn on VSync in those games, the jittering disappears. Okay, hold on, because I think there is like there's some easy way to display the frame rate, right? That is interesting. We will try to make it official in the next Bevy release 0.14. That's awesome. Okay, but I'm not gonna install another crate because it's gonna take ages to compile. So I'm just gonna print it to console, I guess. Okay, let's yank this code and see. I do believe that there is an upper limit to the time that passes between frames, but we'll see. You know, even if it's not the problem, at least I'm gonna learn how to display the frame rate. Oh, there's debug assertions. That's interesting. Okay, so I guess I don't need my custom flag then. Okay, let's see. Suffering from success. You can have the hot reload parts compiled with debug, fast compile, and the rest with release. Are you doing that? Yes. Yes, I am. I mean, wait, because hold on. Here's what I'm doing. I'm compiling the rest of Bevy, right, with performance. I'm not compiling any of my packages with high performance. Wait, what is going on? Hold on. What is the frame count? No, but frames per seconds are stable at like 60. But we are dropping frames, right? Are we dropping frames? No, we are not. Yeah, so I don't know what the problem is. It would be pretty cool to have an option to display frames per seconds in game. What for though? I know that online shooters sometimes do that, right? But then I'm pretty sure it's like for the same purpose as displaying the ping. FPS looks stable at 60. Yeah, I don't know what's happening then. Yeah, me neither. It has to be something with... Hold on a second. Let me check one more thing. Because this is also something that I tested. But I'm gonna tell you about this in a while when it compiles. Oh, never mind. It stutters as well. But now it's okay. In full screen, it's pretty smooth. Okay. Since you're planning on making the levels in Blender, how are you gonna texture them? You're asking too many questions. They're gonna be procedurally textured using a similar approach as the meshes. What's the name? In Unity, there's this cool feature that lets you like generate meshes out of splines. I don't remember the name of it, but they do it in a really interesting way, and I sort of wanna replicate it, maybe play around with it. Because there are some cool things that I can technically reuse, but I don't know how practical it's gonna be. Because in Blender we do have some additional data per vertex of a spline. Like we have weight and radius and tilt, right? All of them can be like edited and exported, and then tweened between. Is it an OBS issue? Maybe. Like, yeah, that's my running theory. If it happens only with OBS, then it's most probably frame capturing, where it takes slightly longer every so often, almost like it's flashing some kind of internal buffer, and so the camera update on the next frame has a higher delta. We can test that. Just not gonna tween it, right? Just gonna do camera translation is equal to whatever this is. So now there's no tweening, right? Sprite mesh in Unity, yeah, thanks. That's it exactly. Sprite mesh sounds like a horror concept for game developers. No, see now the camera is, you know, constantly following the player, and it stutters, and the player does not, right? Like that's interesting. That like, oh no, the player also stutters. Oh, that's interesting. See, because this camera is static, it doesn't move. Okay, and does it go away when I do this? Okay. That is peculiar, to say the least. And then when I go back to a minimized version, it starts working again. It might just be the delta time jittering because of one frame taking longer to render every so often. No, it cannot be that. Because the player is, when I walk as the player to the left with jittering, the player like teleports back and then forward and then back and then forward. Like that's not how would physics do that? I'm thinking how to account for that, how to test this. And also delta time doesn't flicker because we tested the, I don't know if I have the logs. Yeah, right? Like here. I mean, there are some fluctuations, I guess, from time to time. It's like 23, 16, 16, 16, 23, 16, 16. That's interesting. Is it something to do with entering those gravitation field things? I don't think so. I didn't notice that. Hello, good to see you. Hi, welcome to the stream. My crude solution would be a system that logs a file that logs to file on every tick, but it's gonna tank performance. What do you want to log to file though? The delta time. Don't know if it's related, but I remember physics not always working at start. Could this be similar? I don't think so, because the physics work from the very beginning. Could it be a Bevy thing? No, I don't think so. Yeah, whatever. Let's not. Maybe it's an OBS setting, since it gets better when you enter full screen mode. Like, yeah, it definitely has to do with OBS, because like, once again, if I don't have OBS enabled, it works smooth always. Okay, but if it is the player, let me think if we can test that. Okay, first of all, let me just get rid of this. Let's just commit what we have so far. Hold on, let's also get rid of this. Okay. Okay, one thing that we can check is switching Rapier back to its default post-update mode and see if maybe it has to do with my substepping in fixed update. So let me not override the fixed update schedule and not run this in fixed update. Okay, so now Rapier is gonna run as per usual, and then the player is gonna run in pre-update, I guess, maybe in update. Let's see what's gonna happen with this. Could be DLL injection that OBS does to record because it's using desktop capture. I don't have any clue. Yeah, it could be. That's interesting. Yeah, so now we're running in post update with one physics update per frame, and it's exactly the same problem. Like even here, when I'm dragging the camera, like this has nothing to do with physics, what I'm doing right now. I'm just panning the camera and it's still jittering. So it has to be something, I would say, on the rendering front. Anyway, but it's nice to know that maximizing the window fixes it. I didn't know that before this live stream. Okay. Let's discard these changes. Okay, it's been over an hour, so I'm just gonna take a quick break, and I will be back with you in 6 minutes. Guys, it's me. I need to take a bit of a longer break. But I'm gonna be back in 9 minutes. Okay. Oh, apologies for that. I guess maybe, hold on a second. I do have an empty setup without a build task, I guess. So I wonder if we could reproduce that like really quick. It shouldn't be difficult, right? If we could just make one system. That would take like some input, I guess. Is it input button or button input? I never remember. We'll see in just a second, right? That would be like a key code. I'm guessing because Rust Analyzer is still running. We could just take the input. And have some position as a local vector too. And then maybe take some gizmos. And I guess time. Okay, is Rust Analyzer ready? I guess so. And now we could just like, you know, edit the position. With like the input values, input, press, key code, arrow left. Something like this. Can we not do that? Cannot mutate. Oh, what's up with that? I don't need to dereference it, right? Yeah. Now just arrow right. I'm gonna add this. And then we're just gonna do gizmos. Circle 2D. Here we need to dereference this, right? And we're probably also gonna need some camera, and that should be it. So I'm really interested if this is just like a me problem with you know, my computer specifically. And it has nothing to do with like the actual code of the game. So this is gonna be, is it setup? No. What is the name of the schedule? I don't remember. Startup, okay. Okay, let's spawn a camera to the bundle. Default, I suppose. Although I'm not sure what is the default like. I mean, maybe it's gonna be visible. Let's see. Let's run this. Okay, so it does work, as you can see, but it's kind of slow. Yeah, I can see it's stuttering already. Maybe let's make it faster, so it's gonna be more visible. Okay, so that's a relief. So it means that it has nothing to do with like the game. I doubt this is the case, but there's an issue with Bevy currently that makes delta time jitter by a few hundred microseconds every frame. Maybe it is that. I wonder, okay, so what if we don't use delta seconds, right? What would be the delta seconds? That was just 1/60, right? For 60 frames per second. Just out of curiosity. No, it still jitters, even if I don't use the delta. And also, again, what's interesting, I don't know how well it's visible on the stream, but it goes back and forward. So it's not just like it would have to like go into the negative direction, right? For this to be caused by the delta time, but it's not even delta time anymore. "60 frames per second is 0.016. Yeah, but so it's gonna be 1/60, right? Okay, so no point in you know, spending time trying to figure this out, because if it's not an issue with my code, then that's not a problem. Let's continue our little refactoring, because there's some more things that I wanted to do. The specific points in our like state machines, when we transition, that should be replaced with like on enter kind of thing. Essentially, definitely in free run. there's something like this, for example, right? Before we enter the launch state, we're doing this whole like reset the timer. And we also set the state. I wonder if the launch state could be something else. Also, Rust Analyzer, why are you like this? Oh, okay. I wonder if we could just put launch state inside of the enum. Right? Like just here. Like now here's the player launch state. Technically it should be possible. Nested enums are nice. Yeah, my only worry is how we handle the states. How we handle change detection. Currently we don't, because my idea was to just detect when the current component changes. But if we want to keep some state that's gonna change over the duration of the state inside of that state, then we cannot really use that. But I guess that's not that big of a deal, because we can just do the same thing that we do with like exited state. Can you use Bevy events to emit a state change event? No, because it's per component. I know that there's a package that allows to have like events, you know, per thing. But also, why events? Sort of the way I envision it, right, is that this is the launch state, and then in the launch state, right here, I just want to be able to do like if entered, do some setup, right? So like I feel like using events would be a bit of over-engineering this, because we're already accessing like the information about the state here. Hold on, let me see. A part of me wants to just put all of these in just one component and not care about having them as separate components. But at the same time, we will probably want to have certain systems that only check if the state is a specific state and don't really do any modifications. I'm assuming this is why next state is separate, even in Bevy implementation, so we can just query the state and not care about changing the next state at all. Okay, I guess let's just see how that would look like. Out of curiosity. So we're gonna just have a struct, let's call it finite state machine, I guess. And then here we would have current, next, exited, and then entered. Right, and if this was the structure of it, then we would need to do something like entered, right? And then if we enter that state, we would do some logic here. It's just with change detection, we would just do this, right? This is our reference. And then we just do current state if current state is changed. And that would be on entered. Yeah, this would be triggered each time the insights of the enum change as well. So this wouldn't be possible, having a nested enum. How would you handle nested states like that? Would you get a new enter each time the nested launch state is changed too? No, it wouldn't work with nested states, right? This would, this would work perfectly well if if the other state machine was just a separate state machine. Okay, so this is nice because it uses Bevy's change detection, but doesn't let us mutate the state of the state, I guess. If this was handled in the same way exited is handled, then how it would look like? It would look like this, right? There would be yet another entered E state, player state, and then this would be this entered state, flat, yeah. So this is a bit annoying because then we need to pattern match everything, both this and this. So this looks the best out of all the things right now. Okay, let me try going in this direction just to see where we're gonna land. So set would be, yeah, this is the current. Set would be the next. But this wouldn't reduce the pattern matching though. Hold on, how would that work? Because we will still need to pattern match, but with something like this entered. For that to work, we would need to do something like this, which is not valid Rust syntax, but right, so it would be like this, some like entered, maybe. Continue. Like this, and then this wouldn't be here. Yeah, but that's not possible. Unless launch is implements the EQ trait, which it cannot because it has stuff inside of it. And we're only interested in the type of the enum and not what's inside. Enum, excuse me, and not what's inside. Yeah, seems like there's no good options. This would be a bit better if states were components and not enums, right? Because then it would be then it would be just entered, or like option entered player. What is this? Launch. Player launch state, right? And then that would be just an empty component that doesn't even need to have any value. You can use the matches macro to use pattern matching on an if. I know. But it doesn't fix the problem. Because we want the get to retrieve information about a lot of things. We would like the get to return the information about, first of all, if it's that state, and then if it has entered. The only gross part is that there is nothing preventing you from having two state components simultaneously, right? Yeah, that's exactly truth. At least, you know, to the best of my knowledge, there is no way to define exclusivity between components. And then you also need to be like, oh, this is the state that I'm in, and you need to remove the previous state when you switch and insert the new state. Get doesn't take arguments though. You can match on the return of the get. Yeah, but yes, but that's not what we're talking about. I appreciate the help, but I feel like you haven't been here for a few minutes. Because we're exploring ways to like get both the information about if we are in the current state and if we entered the current state without needing to do something like this. First do the get, and it doesn't matter, it could be matches, I know, I understand. But it, you know, how can we do that without doing something like this? If I could spell, right? So this checks if we are in the current state, and this checks if we've just entered this state. So right now I need to do two pattern matching here and here, and I'm trying to think if there is a way to not have to do that. And I don't think there is. I mean, there is a way, and that way would be probably to make get, take a function and then here have like matches, right? Something like that. And then this would be like sum entered, right? And now we have information. First of all, are we in this state? And second of all, have we just entered this state? Hi, what's the problem? You're on YouTube, you can rewind. You could do something like, oh, I was late on the stream, I see. But to answer the question, what's the problem? We're trying to, I'm trying, I guess, refactor the state machine a bit. And right now, I'm thinking about the best way to detect if we have just entered a state. What if, hear me out, what if we, when mutating the state, we just disable change detection in Bevy? Because I really like the idea of using change detection, right? Because then it's just, all you need to do is just like, oh, this is a resource now, and not resource, this is a reference now. And then we just do if current state is changed, right? Take a look at what the events reader does in Bevy. They have exactly this feature. You need to be more specific than that though. The event reader in Bevy locally stores some sort of an index of the last read event and allows you to iterate. But like, I'm not sure what you're referring to by saying exactly this feature. No, wait, it's the input struct actually that stores key and mouse events. They have a just press method. Maybe you can read that for inspiration. No, because the generic parameter of input button is not an enum. It's a bunch of constants, right? So because like you can pass a constant like key code, right? Is that a constant or am I making stuff up? Oh no, it is an enum. Okay, but they don't have values inside, and we have, and that's the main issue. Is that we're trying to sort of, where is it? We're trying to put a state inside of this, which is maybe a bit of a silly idea, right? And this is the biggest issue, right? Because then we would have to do something like std memory discriminant and somehow get the discriminant of this enum without. While also we still have to instantiate an empty enum. Yeah, and I don't think it's the best approach. You could write a macro. Don't tempt me. I was considering that too. No, but hear me out. Okay, no, but I really like the idea of disabling change detection is growing on me. Is it maybe described here somewhere? Change detection. Let me just check how it works exactly. I remember reading this somewhere. I remember seeing an example of how to do that. Did you look at seldom state, by the way? Could be inspiring as well, but it does take the component approach. Yeah, I looked at this. I looked at it, but I haven't read through the source code because I was like, that's a bit too complex for me, at least for now. Because I know exactly what I want to do and I know how to achieve that. I'm just trying to find like the least verbose way, I guess, of writing that. It feels like an easy food gun to avoid fixing a bad resource modeling. That is not true. Okay, what was the verdict though? That's my question. Change detection bypass. Let's see. Change detection on the component is also a good idea. It might be granular enough because it treats all mutable access as changed. I'm not sure I understand what you mean by that. Like change detection on the component in what way? Can I do that? Can I bypass? Oh, current state is not mutable, so that's not gonna work. Let's try it on the next state, I guess. Oh yeah, there is. Look at this, bypass change direction. Kind of a hacky solution. Yeah, but we could do that. We would just need to do what? We just need to implement mutable state machine S, right? Something like that. And then have like, I don't know, update state as mutable self, right? And then we would just do self that bypass change detection. Something like this. Cannot oh no, cannot define inherent implementation for foreign type. You need to make a trade. Yeah, I know how to fight the orphan rules. I don't know, I thought that, you know, passing my own type as a generic parameter would sort of make it my own, but I suppose no. Yeah, okay, but this would be possible. Oh, hold on a second. Oh, okay, never mind. I thought maybe it was possible. Not sure of the performance, but what about having a system at the beginning of the schedule that adds a changed state component and one at the end of the schedule that removes it? Yeah, we could do that because we already have exited state, but the problem is that then we end up with 2 pattern matching again, right? Because we need to pattern match the current state and then we need to pattern match the exited state. And there's no way for me to like make a different component per enum variant because enum is its own type. It's the same type. Each variant is the same type, right? Are you planning to do devlogs anymore on Astortion in the main channel? Yeah. I'm actually later this month. There should be the first devlog, you know, after the switch to Bevy. But I'm currently, you know, focusing much more on playtesting, and once we are done with playtesting, then I'm gonna be doing much more, you know, like devlogs about it. Because, you know, I don't think it would be interesting if I released a video being like, oh, here are the gameplay elements, and then we do playtesting, and it turns out that, you know, half of the gameplay elements are useless. And then I'm like, oh, by the way, we removed half of the gameplay elements. Maybe write out what your ideal version would look like in the system. Something like this. Right, and then this would be mutable. And mutating this, like this, I think, would not trigger this to happen. That's my ideal implementation. Although, is it really worth saving like 20 characters? I don't think it is. To be honest, I think this is the only system that's gonna need like on enter logic. So let's handle this with a custom component for now, and then we can like move on. I don't think there's much point in overthinking all of this. Whoa, what is going on here? Okay. Okay, so this should work. And then we're just gonna do enter the state. What does the E stand for in E state? Entity. I'm looking for a better name. Do not worry. I just don't know how, because I wanted to differentiate it from the built-in system-wide states in Bevy. But at the same time, I didn't want it to be too verbose. Right? Because if it would be like entity state, which I guess could be that as well. Okay. So enter it will also, first of all, it has to be here. Entered state. Okay. I don't know if it works. Okay, if Rust Analyzer is not running. Okay. So now if we do that, we also probably want to mutate the current state. And now I suppose current state should have some dereferencing, mutable dereferencing, possibly. So we can do 0. Oh, it doesn't have to be a resource. Why is this a resource? Oh, okay, never mind. It's mutable, so it has these methods by default. Can I do 0? It's private. Yeah, but I'm looking for the 0 of the other thing. Oh, but that's gonna mess up the equality. I guess it's not necessary though, is it? Okay. Can I do this? That's my question. Player launch state. Wait, we don't actually want to change that state though. Yeah, this is gonna be changed by whoever enters the state. What we want to change isn't even related to states. Just yet. Here we only want to reset the timer. So it's just gonna be controller, launch timer, dot reset. What's the problem here? Okay, it doesn't have get. That's what I thought. That there's something missing. Isn't launch state only valid for the lifetime of the let statement? Yes, it is. But that's the let else statement, which means that launch state is gonna be available here and not available here, right? Because it's like reversed. Okay. So in the free run, oh, that's the wrong timer. It's gonna be launch charge timer. And now we technically don't need to reset this here, right? Launch state, we will not set the launch state here, but instead we're just gonna do this, and that should work. Same here. Yeah, so now we just nicely transition to this state with some substate that we want. The timer is reset. So now it's just a matter of switching the state. So let's remove the previous state from the player controller, because it shouldn't be kept here anymore. Yeah, so we're gonna matching over this. Yeah, so the only question is if this is gonna work, because I don't know. Cannot be dereferenced. Okay, so that's a bummer. But we did that once, I remember. Hold on. I guess. Will this make it possible? No. Yeah, because this player launch state and not a reference to it. Why is that? Because I am technically returning a reference to it, but here is just player. Is it because that's how pattern matching works? Yeah, okay, then we would need to do just current state. Like this, I suppose. No, oh, hold on, but this, okay, but pattern matching is necessary to set the state, because otherwise we don't know what's inside. Try ref mutable in the pattern match instead of just mutable, I mean. A launch state without the mute will be a mute reference mute. Blah, pretty sure. I don't know what you're talking about. Ref mutable in the pattern match. I don't know how to do that. You mean like this? I don't think that is this valid syntax? No. I don't know what ref mute is. Ref mute, okay. Literally the word ref. Okay. What is this? I've never seen this. Bind by reference during pattern matching. Okay, that's cool. Crazy if true. If that works, what's wrong with you? Gonna subtract. Well, then reference it. So you're telling me it's just gonna compile? Ref does the opposite of ampersand in pattern match. You're speaking as if I knew what ampersand would do in pattern matching. I'm new here. So would adding an ampersand in a pattern match that, like here, hold on. If I were, hold on, I'm not reading the chat. If I were to add an ampersand here, would that automatically dereference it? No. Okay, so I don't know. I thought I knew. In the pattern match, the references while the word ref creates a reference. But so why cannot I do it here? It is a mutable reference, right, to vector? Okay, it works. I mean, states work. What about jumping, though? Let me quickly change that. Okay, now I should... It does not work. We're gonna have to see what's happening. You should do ampersand mutable. Like this? let ampersand x equals ampersand 12 makes x be 12, not an ampersand 12. Yeah, that's what I'm trying to do, right? Because position right now is a mutable reference to vector 2. It has an ampersand. Oh, what if you want to mutate the position? Then no. No, I don't care. Because I'm only using it for calculation. I just wanted to see if I understand what you were referring to when saying that an ampersand does the opposite of ref in a pattern match, but it seems like I cannot use it here. So I'm not sure if I understand how it works. Regardless, our state machine is not working. We have entered some weird state, and I cannot move anymore. Oh no. Oh, that's a bummer. We cannot inspect what's happening. Is vector 2 copy though? Of course it is. It's clone and copy. That's literally, you know, two numbers. Do you implement momentum? If so, how does it work? I don't. I'm just using velocity and acceleration for the player. And the momentum for rigid bodies is handled by Rapier. Okay, let me see if we can somehow verify what's happening. Well, I guess we can go to the player and maybe register this state so we can actually inspect it. That's probably the best approach. Right, we're gonna register player state and eState player state. Yeah. Because it seems like maybe it's not switching to a different state. Maybe it gets stuck in this charge or snap. Okay, where's the player? Here. Okay, so now we are in free run. No, don't do that. I keep on forgetting that I can just move. I don't need to refocus on the preview. Okay, so now I'm gonna try to jump. Oh, hold on. I also need to change the ability so that I can use it anywhere. Okay, now I'm gonna try to do it. Okay, so we enter launch state with charge state inside. So I'm afraid this does not work. That's my assumption. How did you get into that weird state? I'm not sure. Okay, but you know what? I need a quick little break. So 5 minutes and I'm back. Okay. I'm doing some testing. Namely, I added a print line here because I have two suspicions that may explain this. First of all is that we never reached this point for some reason, and the other is that we constantly reset the timer, maybe. Hold on. Let's make sure that we can see it. All Rust printf debugging, of course. Friend of the show. Where is it? Yeah, I want to jump anywhere, and here's the state. No, stop it. Okay. Okay, all right. So the reference may work. We are resetting the timer, but we never reach this point of exiting. Now, why is that? Is it like a return anywhere? No. We don't return anything. Okay, question number 2. What is the timer? Where is it? Player controller. Okay, so it seems like the launch charge timer is not even running. I think so. At least I'm not sure why this timer has like a stopwatch and this doesn't. Oh, okay. This is a part of this. Okay, and this stopwatch is for this one, and this stopwatch is for this one. So yeah, nothing elapsed. It ran like once. And then presumably this state changed to something? Question mark? So is the function not being activated, or is it just freezing it? Okay, that's a good question. Let's add some more print print logging. In my defense, I tried configuring the debugger. It worked for like a week, and then it stopped, and I cannot make it to work again. What is this? Let's call it branch. And then also oh, what's the problem? Does not implement debug. Well, that's a bummer. Well, there happens to be an IntelliJ IDE, you know. I don't know. I'm not sure what you're talking about. JetBrains Rust Rover. Yeah, I know. I have it installed on my computer. We talked about it like every single live stream. I feel like. But like, so is the point you're trying to make that Rust Rover will magically make debugging work? Because that's a bold statement to make. Okay, print logging. Let's go to this jump pad and see if it's gonna work here. There we go. Off into the distance. So there is what happened. Let's see. There was resetting. The current state was snap. Then we entered branch. And then the system was never run again. Apparently. I found Rust Rover to be more stable with debugging than Code LLDB on Visual Studio Code, and less setup too. Am I using Code LLDB? I'm not sure. I'm gonna see in my free time though, because I don't wanna set it up right now. It doesn't matter because I switched to NeoVim like next Wednesday or something. No, I'm kidding. I don't know. Okay, why is this system not running? What happened? Oh, look, we reached the wall just in time. Like, this is crazy. Are we just like skipping this? Check out the debug adapter protocol for debugging in NeoVim. Isn't it the same thing that Visual Studio Code uses though? Or am I mistaken? Okay, so this system just doesn't run. It either doesn't run, or for some reason this query is failing. It doesn't find any. It doesn't find any entities matching this query. Don't think Visual Studio Code changed to the AP yet. The protocol is recent. Oh, that's interesting. But it is a Microsoft protocol, is it not? Isn't it like LSP? That's why I assume that it's, you know, already available. Okay, so the system is running. It's just that it doesn't find any queries, apparently. I'm stupid. Oh gee, I wonder what happens. I don't know, maybe I'm removing the entered state and it's no longer on the object, on the entity, excuse me. Okay, this makes it a bit more verbose than I'd like. That's not and then, that's map, right? There we go. Look at this. I failed to catch it. That was a skill issue. It's not a software issue. Okay, so everything works. Everything works as expected. I'm just silly. This is not ideal though, right? The AP is Microsoft 2, didn't know? Oh, okay. Let me fix my chair. Hold on a second. Okay. You know what? I'm thinking. Because wouldn't it be the case that if enter state exists, it must refer to the current state? Right? Like, I don't think there's any other way for this to happen. Yeah, because enter state is added and it's always e state. It's the same value as e state. So I suppose we could just do enter state is sum. And this should be equivalent. When Astortion themed Linux? What are you talking about? Arch Linux is already Astortion themed. Didn't you know? I don't know, I just wanted to say something. Enter state could just be a marker component. Yeah, I think so. Let me just check, if that's true. Although I don't think I can check it because there's only one system querying for change in state. But it would make sense because for enter state, for exited state, we don't know. We don't know what state we exited, but we do know which one we entered. Okay, so let's turn it into a marker component. We don't need all of this. This could just be phantom data, I guess. And how do you change the table type to hash? Or should we not do that? I actually don't know which one is more performant. if I'm being honest. Expected function. How can I treat this as an instance of this struct? Do I need to implement default? Do you use a crate for state machines? No. Due to unsatisfied trade bounds. What trade bounds? Well, that's annoying because it's phantom data. I don't care about the value. Can I implement it myself? Okay. I don't know if there's a way to make derive work with this. Did you actually abandon Unity to write the game in Bevy? No. What are we talking about? This is Unity. I love how like you join the stream with like part 8 in the title, and you're like, did you actually abandon Unity? I don't know. It's difficult to not interpret this as like a sarcastic, mean kind of actually like, did you actually do that? You know what I'm saying? Like I cannot imagine you genuinely asking this question. Well then, yeah, the answer is yes. I actually did abandon Unity, and I'm now making the game in Bevy. I think S being default is implicit bound. I think that's fantastic. Okay. Okay, so I'm just gonna leave the default implementation here, and that should work, right? Should work just fine. Hear me out though. No, don't listen to me. What if we, no, it has to be like this. Could we add like a type so that we wouldn't make this public, and instead we would just have like a public type that's like entered state B for now, and that would just be option of entered state. Is that possible in Rust? I have no idea. And then this would just be this. Is this idiomatic? Can I do that? I'm a Rust proponent and feel Unity might be a little heavy at times. True. I just today found out that Godot supports Rust. Yeah, they support like every language in existence, I think. Hi Arth, a bit random, but I was trying out your motion canvas editor and I couldn't figure out how to use the range tool. Any tips? You need to hold shift. If you're talking about what I think you're talking about. If you mean this range, if you hold shift, you can change it. Or you can modify it here, right? And then this is gonna affect, you know, which part of the video is being played, if you have looping enabled. And also only this portion is gonna be rendered. Or you mean the range function. Let me know if you meant the range function and not the range gizmo. I should have asked this question differently. I was trying to figure out if Unity was allowing Rust plugins because I saw the game was using Unity at one time. Oh, I see. Well, that's a little misunderstanding then. I don't think Unity allows for writing code in Rust, although I'm not sure because I'm not up to date. Thank you, that was it. Okay. So there you go. Hold on, what was I doing? Oh, yeah, I devised this type and I like it. I know what we can do. We can copy Bevy, right? Because Bevy has this thing called has, right? And this is like, it's gonna be turned into a boolean. Can we do that? Can we just yank this? How difficult is it to implement a custom world query? Extremely. There's a lot of functions and I don't know what any of those do. So I guess maybe not exactly like this, but we could steal the naming convention, right? Like has entered is state. Yeah, and leave it like this. So all of this is no longer necessary. We do that nicely upon entering the state. I wonder if there are any other places like this, but I cannot think of any. Wait, why not just use has? Ooh, ooh. Okay, can I not use it like that? Hold on. Let's just try to do it normally. Has what? Has entered E state, player state. Right? That should be it. Okay, so this works, but when I switch to a custom type, it doesn't. Oh no, it's just not a reference, right? Yeah, it's not a reference. Okay, so now this should work. Okay, awesome. And now that's not isSum. Beautiful. How's ECS different from node-based? Is there some transferable knowledge? I'd say a bit. Generally, if you want to follow like the scene graph node-based approach, where you have just like one tick function per object, per class, then you can do exactly the same thing in ECS, right? You can just have one system that queries for that specific type of component, and it's just gonna run every frame. So that's like one-to-one. But ECS shines when you start working with like relations between different components, right? So like you need to run some logic that needs to access both the rigid body and the player controller or whatever. Then you just make one system that queries both of them. Whereas in like a node base, you would need to keep the reference to the other component somewhat. Like, I mean, it depends on the engine, right? And in Godot, you sort of store the path to that other component. In Unity, you serialize that component and assign it in the editor, or look it up at the awake. My brain haven't comprehended ECS yet, like why people love it so much. I don't know. Will this compile? Probably. How far are you into this project? I can't get any Bevy Rust project to a decent size in a clean way. Not too far. A few weeks into it. Currently working on playtesting. On a playtesting build. Okay, so it seems to be working just fine. That's a different state. This doesn't do any setup. Or maybe this is kind of a setup. We are doing some freezing. We are not actually, hold on. This is the only place, so that's not necessary. But we are clearing the app vector. Yeah, I don't think any of those are necessary. We can just go to the free run state and see how the app vector is being calculated here. Yeah, it's already being reset, so that wasn't necessary. There's no setup here. No setup here. Here yet again we are resetting frozen. Also shouldn't be necessary. Or maybe it should, but app is definitely not necessary. Yeah, frozen is also reset. Okay, so we can get rid of this. And then reset the velocity. That's something that we do want to do. Again, that's not necessary. Free run is gonna reset the frozen anyway. Okay, perfect. Just quickly test this, and that would be it when it comes to refactoring. I feel ECS is so approachable, but I understand why others have a tough time with it. How did you learn Bevy? I've tried to learn it a few times, but I just can't wrap my head around it. I do not know. I mean, I'm mostly learning by reading the source code, both of the engine and of like other people's packages. Because that's what works for me. Okay, so state transitions, excuse me, seem to be working fine. What about the hook? Yeah, okay. I'm thinking because maybe we could push this even further, but I don't know if we should. What if, hear me out, here's my proposal. Where is it? Right now, the player controller is sort of storing some data related exclusively to launch. I guess no, launch count needs to be stored here. But I was thinking about moving the timers to the enum as well. Like here, there would just be a timer. Yeah, but maybe let's not do that. Not now, at least. Okay, so next thing on the list that I would like to try and tackle today, maybe, or at least start to, is moving platforms. Because that's one major issue that we have. So the idea would be to just have another path that describes the direction of like the platform of how it's supposed to be moving, right? And then it's just gonna go along that path, at least for now. Let's make it face the camera. Okay, so I don't know, where would we put this? Maybe here? So like we just wanted to move alongside this path. And let's add another curve like this. This could be vector. Yeah, so right now the platform would look like this, I suppose. And now we would probably just parent the platform into the path. I don't know which way would make more sense. Yeah, I guess the platform should be parented to the path. Like this. Side question, where did you get the driver design pattern you used in Reanimator? I couldn't find any wiki or something that describes what you used. It's just a dictionary. It's a dictionary of like an integer to an integer. Because I basically looked at the Unity's animator, where properties are being stored using some type of a hash generated from the string name. And I was like, how can I simplify it? So I just, took a basic integer and used that instead to index the dictionary. It's like I don't know, I didn't find this anywhere, like, in terms of the pattern used there. Some people said that Godot allows for something similar, so maybe you could look into that. So it was original. I mean, yeah, to some extent. It's definitely really simple, right? So I'm pretty sure that I wasn't the first one to come up with this. Okay, I'm gonna add a property to the path. No. I feel like it's time to fix some problems, which is the fact that, let me show you. The fact that right now whatever path we create in Blender is turned into a mesh. Yeah, right here, spawn mesh. And then we just have a bunch of without to exclude other things. Yeah, so I feel like it's time we add like a dedicated property for the ground so that we only turn, you know, what we want into the ground. This is gonna be, you know, Boolean as always, and I guess it's just gonna be ground. Or maybe terrain makes more sense. Because what if it's a ceiling? Then the name ground doesn't make sense. And this is also a terrain. Okay. And now we can maybe create a custom module for this. Okay, and we're gonna steal all of this mesh and, you know, updating the mesh, all of the related systems from here, put them here. Probably define a custom component for that. So I guess just terrain. It's gonna be a component, and reflect, and probably also reflect component. Register this type, okay. And now we're just gonna have a width terrain in here. Let's import all of these missing references. Or structures for attaching, but terrain could just be background or something like lava. Just a thought. I think we're gonna use terrain for both, and then have another property for adding the collider, right? I feel like that would make more sense, because like we're gonna want to share the mesh generation logic between both, you know, something that's a ground that you can stand on and something that's like you say, a part of the background. Okay, all of the flatten, curve, and triangulate, I guess, can stay in the other crate together with the rest of the curves. Mesh handle. Okay, what else? Groups. These are the wrong groups, aren't they? Oh no, they're just not imported. Okay. So now, let's see, where are these systems being registered? Right here. Does this have to be a chain? I don't think so. Okay, I guess before I forget, let's register this plugin. So now what do we have here? We have curve points, draw walkable. Walkables could probably also go to their own module. But that we're gonna take care of that in just a second. Triangulate. Okay, so let's add our parser for what's the problem here? Expected value, phone struct. Oh. Okay. Terrain parser is just gonna check for the Boolean attribute. And then we're just gonna insert the terrain. Okay. Water, lava, rock, quicksand. Man, what about water? Is this a platforming game? If there's no water level? I guess force fields are practically like water to some extent. I wonder how difficult it would be. I kind of like the idea of water. Okay, so this should take care of parsing the terrain, adding the component, and then yeah, everything should work. As always, it's definitely gonna work first time, no issues. Then what does she drink? I don't understand. Like water. What do you mean? If there is no water, what does she drink? Oh, I see. Yeah. So that's settled. We need to add water. Okay, almost worked. Almost. We do have the... Oh, wait, hold on. Was the chain necessary? Crazy if true. I think it was. Let's just add it back. Because it relies on like on change detection. No, that's not it. No, no, no. There is a mesh handle. And the bounding box is being computed correctly. We have the curve points. We have the terrain. But the mesh is not here. That's interesting, but the collider is being generated in the same place that the mesh is. So like this for sure runs, and the mesh also works. The mesh also works because we are using it to compute the AABB. Peculiar. What if? Okay, what if? What if we rotate this in the other direction? Okay, nothing happened. Oh, wait, we crashed. Interestingly enough. Oh no, never mind, that's just me closing the window. Okay, so it did flash for a second. I think I know what the problem is, maybe. Let me remove all of this. Regenerate that, see what's gonna happen. Okay, so it flashes for a second with like a gray color, the mesh here, and then it disappears. I know if I can check the resources using this. Can I? No, I don't think so. I was wondering if I could check the mesh data in here. Oh, okay, but I can see here in the mesh handle that it has 0 vertices. So it has the curve points, but the vertices don't exist. Let me do some traditional debugging. See, I want to check, first of all, what is this entity? And then what is the length of the vertices, array? Because the fact that it blinks at the very beginning means that it computes them initially and then maybe removes them for some reason. Okay, no, so the vertices are there. We have like 12, 63 and 153. Okay. These are the only two systems that I removed from here. Update, spawn mesh, update mesh. Yeah, everything is exactly the same, it's just in a different file. Okay, so let's stash all of these. Okay, and now let's rerun this. So this is a previous version, right? Where everything used to work. I also reverted the Blender file, so we're gonna see if that caused the issue. I'm gonna run the game first, see if it works, and then if it does work, I'm gonna save this file. Yeah, okay, so now mesh is here. I'm gonna save this file just to see if... Okay, it crashes. And why is that? Oh, malformed hierarchy, okay. Okay, but rerunning it works. So now the mesh is still here. So what changed? What have I done? Could it have to do with like system ordering? Because now this plugin is like, you know, in a different place. I don't think so though. Because it's not like there are any other systems in this plugin. Okay, let's run this after the change and see again. So we added the plugin here. We got rid of these systems and then changed absolutely nothing. And then we just added this plugin with these two systems. So it seems like everything should work. No, and it's the same issue. What if I go back to the previous version of this query? Right, so initially it was like this weird thing. And then I changed it to include terrain. But what if we go back? So now it doesn't require terrain, and it just skips the tunnel and the force field. This way it's gonna be exactly like before the change, with the only difference being, you know, the place where it's registered. Okay, and now it works. So that's the problem. This works and this doesn't. Let's see this mesh in the generated file. Yeah, it has the rain right here. Gonna add with terrain here, see what's gonna happen. Oh my god, because there's the without mesh handle, okay. So that's the problem. Let's rebuild this. Yeah. So we only want to do it once before we attach mesh to the handle, and then once we add it, we no longer want to do it, because this is just the setup and the actual generation happens here. So this system was running continuously, each time overwriting the mesh handle and resetting the previous mesh. Okay. So with this out of the way, we should now have access to this path and this platform. And I'm just gonna make a new property for that real quick. It's a platform, and I feel like we are adding a lot of the same logic for like extracting certain components when they are just a tag type of thing. So maybe we could make it reusable. Because basically what I need is a this signature. I just need the component here and then the name of the property, presumably as a string. And then I'm gonna return the parser. Also, that's not how you do that. I guess extras parser is not public. No, it is. It's just parser. Okay. So why can't I use it as the return type? Is it because it's a function? Oh no, this whole thing is just not exported from this package. Yeah. Now we should be able to import it here. Okay. Now we're just gonna return a lambda, I suppose. Like this. Okay, and the name would be used here. Closures can only be coerced to fn types if they do not capture any variables. So can I just move it into it? No. Okay, so I don't think that's possible to do. Unless I can have a generic argument that's of type string, which I do think is possible. I've seen this happening with an integer, where people would like take an integer like this and then use it as a value. Hold on, I need to research that. Yeah, you can do like constant and usize, right? So does this mean that I can do like constant name string? Right, and then this wouldn't even have to return anything. Or maybe it could. And then we'll just use n. I don't know if this makes any sense whatsoever. It's forbidden as the type of a constant generic parameter. Integers, booleans, and characters. No. So close though. That would be beautiful if possible. Oh well. I guess we're not saving 4 lines of code this time. Okay, going back to the platform. How would I do that if I want to? I don't think that's possible, right? I guess not. What is the replace all? Control Alt Enter, okay. Okay. All of this is not necessary. But we do need a platform parser system. Or do we? I'm not sure. I suppose the platform would need some offset. From the curve, probably, something like vec2. This way we can store the offset, you know, from the origin of this of this thing, which is for some reason here. I don't think that should be the case. Let's move it here. Yeah, but if we just start the offset, we won't need to worry about like making sure that this origin is perfectly placed at the beginning of the spline. And we're just gonna add it. We're gonna start this offset and then we're gonna add it each time we manipulate the position of this object. Okay, but I'm gonna go back to it in just a second because I need a little break. So as always, 5 minutes. Okay. So I'm assuming we cannot do anything because it's not even specified as a module. But once we do this, I don't think we can like get other components from here, right? Yeah, I don't think so. So we do need a system. So it's gonna be, well, maybe not mutable. I mean, I guess mutable. Mutable query of all the transforms. Not transforms, excuse me, terrains. And the transform, normal one. Yeah, and then I guess it's just a simple for loop. And now we're gonna wanna modify the terrain.0 to be transformed, that translation truncated. Oh wait, what am I doing? It's a platform. Why am I? Why am I doing this? Okay, and this is a mutable iteration. Okay. Oh, this is also not necessary. And then we just add parser system. Just like that. Okay. So this should just, you know, create the platform as usual, and then just a matter of one simple system that will move it. Hi, hello. Welcome to the stream. Let's see if it builds, and we can check if we actually have the component attached. Although it should probably work. Okay. So this platform should be somewhere here, right? I should have given it some name, I suppose. Hold on, where is it? Oh, it has a name. It's path and then platform. Okay. So is it somewhere here? Here it is, platform, path and then platform, which is somewhere here. And I can show you it has the it doesn't have the platform component. Well, that's a bummer. Was looking for GameDev streamers to watch and found yours. Well, would you look at that? I'm working on my geometry dash fun game while listening to the stream. That's awesome. I remember binging a bunch of devlogs a while ago. That's cool. Excuse me. Okay, so there is no component. It did not work initially, immediately, the first time. And that's because, okay, as always, we did not register the plugin, right? Yeah. Okay. Let's quickly restart that. I'm gonna go here. And now here's the path, here's the platform, and it still doesn't have the platform entity, but that's probably because I need to, you know, make some change. Yeah, here this platform with some offset. With an offset that's way too big, I think. Let's see. Oh no, it is correct because the path itself is also sort of weird. Okay, I'm thinking behind them about the math behind this. Like, how do I want to do that? Because as we're gonna query the points along the path, they will be relative to this origin. Yeah, but I want this to be relative to the very beginning of the path. So maybe I should do something different in this parser system. Right, we're gonna get the parents, or maybe the curves, and here we're gonna take the parent entity. And here we are interested in curve points. Okay, yeah, this should be fairly straightforward. Curve points, plural. Okay, let's get the parent. Let's find the parent curve of this platform, which is just gonna be curves that get oh, it's an if. Okay, and what's the problem here? Oh, it's a result, so that's okay. Okay, and now we want the difference. So it's gonna be this minus our curve dot into open path, and then evaluate that. Oh, let's just unwrap it and then evaluate. Can I not do that? Oh, I guess I need to take the first segment. Okay, and evaluate is gonna give me back the point, so I can just turn that into a vector too. Okay. It's a lot of code. But we're basically sampling the position of the very beginning of this curve and then subtracting it from the position of the entire platform. So we should just get the vector between this starting point and this origin point. Or not, actually. Oh wait, again, I need to make a change to actually see it. Okay, now it's different. Now it's 360 and negative 80. Which may mean that this path is actually starting here. So let me just see if that's the case. How do you do that? There is a reverse. But I'm not sure where. Switch direction, okay. Oh yeah, we can even see that because this platform is positioned relatively to the first point, and now it's drawn correctly. Okay. Yeah, and now this is just negative 10. Okay, perfect, exactly what we need. So let's write a little function, a system actually, update platform. And what would it be? A query. We're definitely gonna wanna mutate the transform. Or do we? I'm not sure. For now we can, I guess for now we can just mutate the transform, because this is gonna be a rigid body, a kinematic rigid body. So I guess let's check the documentation for that. The user is free to set its next position, and the body velocity will be deduced at each update accordingly to ensure a realistic behavior of dynamic bodies. Okay, so we can just set the position, it seems. Okay, and probably the parent as well. And probably the platform itself, so that we know the offset. Okay, so if curve is curves dot get parent dot get, and can we map this? Yeah. Okay, we need both of them to be options, right? No, okay, hold on. I wanted to call a function like this. Now this is gonna be sum. Okay, and then perfect. Now we get the Bezier path in here. Okay, and this needs to be immutable, and we are iterating mutably. And the whole query needs to be immutable as well. Okay. So now transform dot translation is equal to, no, yeah, for now we can just use some time to make it go back and forth. It is interesting that there is no way to like evaluate this as a whole. There has to be. I'm just probably missing something. Hold on. Let's go here and see. This is flatten. No, it doesn't seem to be the case. Yeah, I guess maybe it's time to switch to the Bevy curves. I mean, I guess not today, but in general. I wonder if they have like a method to just evaluate everything all at once. There's no evaluate here. There's no arclength. Oh, hold on, but I remember seeing it somewhere. Seeing, even using. I wrote it. Okay, I don't know where it is, but I used to. We did figure it out a few live streams ago. Hold on, maybe. Oh, it was perimeter. Okay. Let's do this for now. So take the full length of this curve, and then we're just gonna iterate over each segment. Okay, and let's say that, you know, the t is 0.5, whatever. Target arc length is gonna be arc length times t. The current arc length is just gonna be 0. And that's gonna be total arc length. Okay. Here we're gonna continue. Okay, so as long as we were below the target arc length, we're just gonna move to the next segment. And then once we hit the first segment that is within that constraint, the t that we want is gonna be what? Is gonna be the target arc length minus current arc length divided by arc length. So of course not. This is just an approximation, right? It's not gonna be perfectly in the middle, but it doesn't matter. Then we just use the segment to evaluate that t, and what do we get in return? A point. Okay, so I guess as vector 2. Oh, I guess we can just do this in here. So this is the position, and then we're gonna set this to the position plus platform dot 0, and then we're gonna return. Oh, we need to extend this because that's just vector 2. Okay, you need to be mutable. Okay, and also we need to add this system somewhere. And I guess we can go to Blender and also add new property here. There's gonna be a boolean. I'm just gonna call it terrain, in order to generate like the mesh and the collider for that component. Okay, so if this works, the component should appear in the center of the line. Not the component, excuse me, the platform. Should be like somewhere here. Okay. Yeah, here it is. It doesn't have a mesh, so that's suspicious, but other than that, let's see. Why don't you have a mesh? It's a mesh but with 0 vertices. It's interesting, but at the same time, it doesn't really matter. Let's try to oscillate the T in the update loop. So let's just get the time, delta seconds. Can we take the rest of the division by 10? So that would be 10 seconds. Maybe let's go for something quicker, like 3 seconds. Or maybe 4 seconds could be okay. And then that's gonna range from like 0 to 4. So we're gonna subtract 2. That's gonna range from -2 to 2. And then we're gonna divide it by 2. That's gonna range from -1 to 1. And then we're gonna take the absolute value. So it should go back and forth. Okay, and let's use 64. Because everything else here uses F64. Okay, so it's doing something. It's certainly shaking a lot. Okay, I might have miscalculated something. Oh, it's delta seconds, I'm silly. We need the total time. Elapsed? Yeah, elapsed seconds F64. Here it goes. Okay, so now we can probably break it by going there and trying to enter this. Yeah, okay, doesn't let us. Yeah. So that will require some changes to the player controller to sort of detect what platform we are standing on and, you know, inherited velocity. Because I can, okay, hold on. I can walk on it if I match my speed. Almost. I keep getting scared of like going too far. Okay, here I go. Almost works. Okay, so we have something to do tomorrow, I suppose. But yeah, for now, I'm gonna slowly end the stream. I will most likely be streaming tomorrow probably at the same time. Maybe I'll later, a few hours later, but generally around the same time. And yeah, thanks everybody for tuning in to the live stream. As always, have a great day, night, evening, morning, and I see you hopefully soon.